Welcome to the Vibe stream. So, my name is Sergey, me and my brother Alexander together we make the game called Leporzian Vibe. The synthwave immersive vibe sandbox. This is like the really, I would say like the adaptive gameplay with a lot of like twists and updates and really cool improvements. So we actually like make the updates every week. So it's like a long going project, never ending project. And oh yes, let's fix the camera. And this project it has like a lot of customization options. You can customize like the environment, the atmosphere, the interface, plus this has like the multiplayer, and this thing combines different, I would say, like game modes, genres. So, and in general, this is like kind of like the vibe. This is like the name of like the game, the vibe. And these are like the I would say tech streams, co-work streams. You can watch like behind the scenes, like in the kitchen, how I make this stuff. So like I'm the only one, the programmer, my brother is like the 3D artist, and together we make the game. So, and today we're gonna do the improvements for like the movement and for the UI, like probably making the explorer. So like the game has a lot of customization options. So basically it has like kind of like modding support, which has connection to the Steam, like Steam Workshop. So basically you will be able to like upload your works to the Steam, download them, and expand the vibe. And plus I've been working on like Steam page, so like preparing for the public play tests. So this is like in like 2 words what we are making here. So let me show you the reveal trailer and we will start. Curious about what this game is and who made it? Let me tell you all about it. Hello, my name is Sergey and my brother's name is Alexander. We are indie game developers and we are creating a game called Leporzian Vibe. This is our like a dream project and we are really excited to share about it with you. Leporzian Vibe is an immersive simulator inspired by synthwave and 80s aesthetics. And in this game, really the creativity and freedom come first. For example, want to relax? We have a sandbox game mode with really no objectives and limits. Craving action? Jump into classic shooter game modes with dynamic combat. Love racing? Organize arcade-style races with your friends. Team up with players. Dive into social dynamics. Solve challenges. Outsmart your rivals. That's not all. Leporzian Vibe lets you create your own worlds. We have a built-in map editor, modding support, and even a programming language, so you can bring your ideas to life right in the game. Leporzian Vibe is a game where you can customize everything to your liking. The interface style, the atmosphere, the vehicles, and even the game rules. And best of all, it supports VR and multiplayer. You can not only play, but also create unique sessions with your friends. And you know what's the best part? The game is free. No microtransactions. It's our gift to everyone who loves creative freedom. But to keep the project growing, we need your support. We are completely independent developers with no investors. The entire game was created out of pure passion. If you'd like to help us, consider subscribing to our Patreon or Boosty. Your contribution will help us add new content, improve the game, and grow the community. This is just the beginning. If you like the idea, tell your friends, share this video, or support us on a Patreon or Boosty. Every step you take is a huge help for us. Thank you for watching this video, and see you soon in Leopoldin Vibe. Bye. Here is okay. Here we are. Here we are. So, what was done off stream? So yes, the update was released like again as usual Wednesday. Yeah, like the day before, like so like Wednesday. Now we're working on 62 version 62. Like yesterday I was like basically I was sleeping, and after that I was visiting like the concert of like my father, like till the late evening. So yes, he's singing like just like amateur like singing, but it sounds kind of cool. Really working hard. And yes, so today I woke up, got like the just a little bit like amount of like the feedback from like supporter, like the patron supporter. He is like big fan of like synthwave and VR, and you know what, the Leopoldin Vibe supports both of them. So he saw some like issues, and I am in the process of fixing. Like today morning I was like improving the VR. So I'm actually kind of like happy because I'm kind of finally getting back to VR and review my code and what's happening there. So basically I fixed like the control. For some reason the joystick to move was like inversed. So this thing I fixed. Now I have like the custom 3D HUD for the VR only. So it's kind of I kind of like building like the layout for the VR. So we have like the, maybe I will be able to show it right now. I should be. So I put like the microphone like to the right side, like we see the version, and now we have like the game log. So I also like updated like the code for the game log to make this thing like you know, work universal, I would say. So yes, loading the stuff. Let's see, I should be able to play it. By the way, let's change the viewport scalability to medium, global illumination high. Yes, that's it. Character player main, path to target. Okay, so I guess this is after the synthwave. Oh wait, after the VR fixes. So we will fix it right away. So yes, my plans, like the next version, there I will be working on like improvement for the VR, so we'll be able to like navigate correctly. I will do some experiments with like another navigation. So it's kind of like another experiment, because I need to think about like 3 ways minimum of how to control like the game in VR. So let's fix first like these things. Quick scroll, input action, mouse scroll. So this is a little bit complicated. Okay, and what is this? Path to target. show point path was picked. Ah, pa, 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 pa. So I removed, like previously we got like the variable reference to the our UI, to our like game log, but eventually after when I made this thing like two logs at the same time, so the code stopped working. So I connect them to the dispatcher, and this is just like this solved everything. And actually this gave me the ID for the mouse cursor. So let's go to player state. So I client show log message. I got like the drag and drop widget option. So, and I made this thing like really classic to the Windows. So like just like cursor for like puts like just like basically like the cursor on the screen, just like this regular this thing like cursor. So when we click on something, and like when we drag something, we like show like this like palm, like we start to drag. And sometimes the drag icon shows incorrectly. So I think I like, with this example I know what's going on. So it's kind of like always like come across to something new. So let's fix the this HUD thing. Client game log action. Client game log action. And this is gonna be, we need to create like the dispatcher, another dispatcher. Game log action. So dispatcher. So we will make this thing as broad as possible. Game editor string. I have like the game editor string. String call string. And that's it. Player phone, player state, player state, game log action. Game log action. Which action? We're gonna show show point was picked. And yes, by the way, we could enable some sound. Oh yes. Boom. Let's start with some VHS music. And I think I will not be like sleepy today, because I have slept just like 4 hours. This is like good, and plus I got like the coffee. So the magic of this thing is like I show like the parameter and the specific parameter, and so it's like really flexible. And I just like put path type, so I can put like any data here. This is like awesome. So go back to this function, this specific function. So here we are. Let's call it. So basically this is it. I send the data from the dispatcher, like my information about like the world, like basically any data, and now I also send the specific event. So let's bind a log event log action dispatcher. Custom event action received split. And first important thing, like we do switch on string, and what we got here, so this show point was picked. And basically if this thing is true, we just do like this selector. This is like we will make like the custom selector. We cannot type like enumerator, so we get like the just string, so we just replicate this stuff. Energy health vibe arrow what does this mean, arrow? And I do not use this anywhere. Path type enum. What does this mean, arrow? Maybe I wanted, like, I have no idea. Maybe I wanted to have something like ram path to target path to target. So I misclicked. Path type. Arrow. So I have no idea what arrow means. So we set this thing as ram. Like I don't have like the arrow parameter. And I do not use this thing in anywhere. Anyway, vibe and ram, and just like that we like energy. So again, another not enough space. Poo. Also, Yo, hello, Deceptor, Hamvector, Kaza, Miguel, Roland. Welcome in, welcome everybody. How are you doing? How are you doing? Also, I've been working on like this Steam page, and it's so far this is looking really good. Like I got like the first I would say like 2.5, but like eventually so far like 3 images for like this Steam page. And I'm like thinking, should I show you, or like is this gonna be like surprise? So yes, again, like we're doing this thing like really good. And sometimes I catch myself like on the specific thought that usually I see like the amount of work and just enormous amount of work for just like 1.5 person, but it's like pieces, like they kind of this thing done. It's kind of like it's fascinating. Like I actually got like 3 times to sleep. This is like really, I think this is like the success. What was that? So now we have like the game log. Ah yes, here we are. And the same we put somewhere else. Where? Player main. Player main. So we get our player state. Cast to player state. Call this guy. Need more space. Oh my god. Now it's really dirty. So this thing, and let's make this thing scroll, and gonna be like down, and we call the same function scroll and up. What's going on? Yes, scroll up. Go back to our log. So this is gonna be like scroll, more space here as well. And direction. down, down, up. So this is gonna be a scroll log -1 and +1. Nice, basically that's it. Why this thing? Booms, booms, and booms. Component item manager. Get component by class item manager. Really weird, so I'll just make like this. Can perform action, so let's just like optimize this thing as well, just a little bit, just a little bit. Yes, nice. No errors, no arrows and errors. Kazar, 10 stream streak. yo, a lot. I appreciate you, like, thank you so much. Thank you for the dedication. Thank you for staying like with vibe. Thank you for enjoying the vibe. Thank you for your support. Like, this is salute in your honor. Even if I'm only lurking most of the time. This still counts. This is like counts like as maximum. Yes, I really appreciate you. Like, thank you. Oh yes, I just realized the chat could be like reviewed. Yes, I love the community, so we all visit each other very often. Like, again, I see the famous faces here. Again, like you, Mango, Decepto, Miguel also like very often joins the stream. Yes, by the way, let me just finalize the links so I could pin them. Like, really soon we will have like really good. Why this thing doubled here? So weird. Really soon we'll have like really beautiful Steam page. I'm giga confused. Okay, never mind. So I will see like next time. So yes, we got like the ad in 40 seconds. I hope I will be able to show like really quick the VR stuff. So here we are. You might think like nothing really happened here, but look at this. The VR or the microphone, we have like two microphones. Like first like 2D and the second one is like 3D. And basically also like the game logs. So we have like the 2D and the VR game log. So I'm working on like building the... Oh, it's... wait a second. The ad was here, like... So I messed up with like the ad. Anyway, so we have like the double widget. We can have like double widget. First one is for like 2D, like for simple regular microphone. Second one is for the VR. In VR, this looking really like a little bit like half round. So in reality, these widgets, they are quite like here, like somewhere, like at the edge of like the view. So in 2D, they look really a little bit weird. So yes, basically this is what I've been working like this morning, like version, VR, log. Later there will be like the, of course, like the parameters, and I will be thinking about how can I make the widgets, like in general widgets. Like so far we can have like them like as the screen in front of us, and we will be able to like click on the button. So basically we will save the original widgets. And yes, I will be fixing like and do the experiment with like the controls. Oh my god, too much noise. Let me mute the audio. So we'll be making like the experiments with the control. So like I already like fixed my old like code, as I said before, in order to not to stay the camera at one place, so you will not be able to like lower yourself like super down, something like that, or like go be above or like below like this certain specific like height. I have like my kind of like own made like camera locker. And by the way, like this level up effect looking really good in the VR. So this thing looks exactly the same as in 2D, which is like really awesome. So yes, potentially next week we will be able to like play like as regular in the VR as it was like before. So some basic stuff. Okay, let's disable VR settings, customize, turn off, and we need to restart. This is gonna be like later. I will make this thing like on the fly, perhaps. So yes, my code is a little bit deprecated. Okay, so what else? Like my big plan was okay, so I still... What was that? Why my... I forgot to hit the apply button. turn off, apply. Yes, this is like a little, like really duplicated and uncomfortable. So at the time when I was making this thing, I was like, I was the programmer, you know what? So the next we will fix we'll fix the okay, yes, by the way, let's finish the quests. Oh, the quest complete, select quest. And this one, and this one, and this one. All quests, they are completed. I have in like testing mode, I would say, the climbing feature. So like first thing first, like I will improve the climbing. Like, yes, of course. But I have like the option to like climb to change like this side, so we can like move to the left, to the right angle, something like that. And as soon as I do this stuff, quite often, but maybe not in this case, I enter into oh yes, climbing needs to be reworked. I might enter into like really weird situations. Basically, the character gets like teleported. For some reason I cannot catch this thing. Oh yes, here we are. And first I got like stuck, so I cannot jump. I know why. This thing I fixed like by if we press like the cheat code to reset our character. And I also need to fix this thing actually. Look at this. Yes. The crab quest, it's kind of like separated from the main quest, so we don't see like the beach area. So yes, if we click reset, now we can able to jump. So again, I've added like 3, so in total we have like 3 areas as the crab. So 1, 2, and like underwater the third one. And what else? Like the plan. So for example, like let's customize something like the atmosphere. Yes. Like open preset settings, and here we are. So we should like open, and this is like completely not understandable. So my plan is to rewrite this stuff. So we will have like the column on the left, like basically like the explorer, something like that. So we can actually like open like the folder, subfolder, and see like the files. Maybe, you know what, maybe actually we will have like the third column, like this one. Maybe I'm not sure, like in order to have like the visual representation of what we have here, like maybe we will have the preview icon for the atmosphere. Maybe we will have the preview icon for like the UI. So we will have like the text, click on this thing and we're able to see this icon. And yes, as soon like when we open, we don't have like this like input line. So this is just like the UI improvement. Also what we got here. Yes, the effect for the camera effect. So yes, let's fix the, I mean like let's complete the quest, alt request for the crab. Oh yes, and this bug someday. Someday. So basically this spoiler for you. Oh yes, and the swimming system also needs to be fixed. So we have like the new environment and we can like use it and have like the bubbles. But in reality, after the playtest, these bubbles, they completely like invisible, let's say. And we will fix it. So these are like kind of like the tasks I'll be focusing on. For the bounce, I want to have one thing. I want to have the default color for the all emissive palms to 0. Like the black. Like this one. And this one. This is actually important. Oh yes, and we should set this thing. So this is visuals. When creating a palm tree in the vibe editor, the palm trees don't glow by the default. Visuals, no, I will put this thing here. Oh. Good. So move left, move left, right, blah blah blah. Try to uncover, set in hand. Shibi. No, what's going on with like my brain? Also, I have like I'm in the process like reading like the book about like the good sleep. Why I have two chat backgrounds? Yes, fixed. I have read like the. I'm in the process of like reading the book about like the good sleep, and just like if you would love to know just like some random facts about like the sleep. Actually, hibernosis. I assume like sleep, something like that. I'm not sure like this is like the correct English word. So the type of the sleep when the animals go to sleep like during like the winter, like for example the bear, like hibernate process. So this actually like the third type of the sleep. So there are three types of like the sleep. The first one is like active sleep. Second one passive, and this is like hibernate sleep is like the third one. So what does this mean, like active and passive sleep? Active sleep is the sleep what we like usually do, like when we go to like sleep. So we actually go and sleep, and we like switch the areas of our brain, and that's it. So this is the active sleep. Passive sleep is the process when our certain brain areas they sleep while we are awake. And so what's the reason why we can have like the passive sleep? Basically the human body and human brain is just like the electricity wire. And the wires, they usually, this is like the electricity wires, biological. This is like an important thing, biological electric wires. So this system is like really flexible, but it has like the disadvantage, like the hardness, let's say, of like these, like the flesh, like the body system. So like if usual like wires, they can like work like almost like 24 hours for like 7 days, like a lot of, like, you know, a lot of time if you not put like extra like voltage through these wires. But actually, like the biological wires, they can work only 25 hours. Yes, we have like 24 hours in our like sleep, like the day-night cycle, but our brain cells, they can handle like the electricity for like 25 hours. After that, they just shut down in order to like relax. So it's basically like the muscle. After like 25 hours, it just like forcefully shut down itself to have some sort of like the rest. And this is just like forced shutdown. And this process we call like the passive sleep. So these are like the small cute facts about like the sleep. In order to not be sleeping during the awake, try to use the active sleep instead of like the passive. So these are like the fancy facts about like the sleep. And now we are here on this level. We will test the climbing system. Not enough energy. You know what? I just realized I want to have like this jump. I want to have the ability to jump even we don't have like the energy. So we will be able to jump, but we will not get the vibe, and our jump will be really low. So I will put my phone on the charger and we will do this stuff. Yes, so this is actually like interesting idea. Really interesting idea. So, is endless energy? If not, is endless show? If not enough energy, we show not enough energy. Message, yes. And reset is not enough energy. This is like really interesting, like the third person perspective. This actually kind of gives like the third person perspective. Like I never thought about this idea like from this angle, let's say. Is not enough energy. So we do like we do the jump is not enough energy. If false, we do this stuff. If true, we do no like this. So let's make the code a little bit cleaner. Select lot. Up. Let's divide this thing by 3, for example. What's this? What is this? I have no idea. Save it for the later. Is not enough energy here and here. Sierra register launch character. Why I do this stuff? Okay. Character. True. What is this? Real energy. Sierra. Target. Why couldn't find the pin? What do you mean couldn't find? Okay, so this is like regular. Okay, so the 3 is like too much. Let's just like double this stuff. Divided by 2. I think this is like enough. Not enough energy. Yes. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Gameplay. When using a jump pad, if the player has no energy, he will not receive a vibe, but will be able to jump at half of his maximum jump power of it. Good. So let's close everything except the environment movement. Now we will see like how this like shimming like this works, and eventually we disable this thing for the sake of like the demo. Later I will enable this. Okay, and sure, why not? We can add some effects on this stream. Look at butterflies. Do you want another with the fact about the butterflies? So yes, let me give you another not fun fact about the butterflies, but this thing like about the relationship. Like there is like this strong tendency among the psychologists, like the opinion, and this is quite broad opinion, and many specialists they think in this way. As soon as you see like the person and you have like the butterflies in your stomach, this is like the big problem usually. This is usually the problem. Oh yes, thank you for the glitch. Because this arises like the strong emotions straight from your like habit from the childhood, and basically we usually have really not healthy habits from the childhood. So this is kind of like, as people call the modern words, like the abuser. But again, the recent agreement about like the psychological the illnesses, like the catalogizations. There was like the symposium of like the psychologists, and they agreed like with the following like basis so far, that there are no abusers. Exist no abusers, but there are some people who have like the tendency of like the specific behavior, and usually they name like not abusers, they rename them into like the borderline personality. So like the like the heavy narcissism, and like these like abusive stuff, like gaslight, all of these fancy words. This is just like in general the broad spectrum of borderline disorder. So yes, another not fun fact about like the psychology. How this all started from the butterflies. The effect of the butterfly. Oh my god. The climbing needs to be reworked. why the camera is so... This looking a little bit creepy, like this reflection. Okay, what we can do? We can disable this stuff. So let's open one more time player. And yes, it's Friday. Today is Friday. Hope you will have like the great weekend, upcoming weekend, and hope to see you again on Sunday. We will continue playing the Gothic. So yes, I was holding myself like from playing this thing, like, and see spoilers online. But to be like, Anglo, yo, hello, welcome. See ya. Oh, already? Maybe this is maybe this is might be a misunderstanding. I'm not like going like away. No, I'm still here. I'm just like explaining what will be in the future. I can predict the future for like maybe for a day. This is like the maximum. So yes, I will be playing like the Gothic. I'm not living right now. No, we will be there like how much like usually we now stream like about 5 and 6 hours. It was like 12 before, but it is hard. It is hard for everybody, including myself. Is moving on the ledge, is not. Is climbing progress, try to shimmy. I think if I remove this stuff, I will not be able to do this shimmy stuff. So to prevent these teleportations, so I what's going on here? Why? Like in theory, I should do nothing. Like why am I entered into? Oh, what is this? Why am I entered into like the flying state? So this is like the debug. You know, like actually I love it. I love it Unreal like for these blueprints. I did some extra research, like extra like experience with the Godot. Really, I love the process of like the coding. So like I actually like use like the code like C# and everything is like under the hood you see and this kind of stuff. But you know, it's really easy to get confused, like the endless amount, like the codes of like line. It's kind of like reading the endless book, something like that. And this is just more like reading like the comic, like the cartoon. So it's a little bit easier for the eyes. I 100% sure like people already like adapted. So what was that? Yes, I not moved to the left to the right, but why I was... What was that the last time? Why I was like flying? I don't get it. So yes, this literally shows the process. So this is kind of like tick. But man, this is looking really bad, actually. I don't, maybe not bad, but I am concerned about like the resource usage. So it says to true. So I'm not able to move left and right. Now I can move left and right. Am I covered? No. Am I covered? Yes. Okay, so first thing first, we have fixed like this shimming, and now let's fix... And now let's fix the this rotation. So like basically when I press left, I go to the left. When I press right, I go to the right. Yes, logic. But as soon as I move the camera like this, I press left, I go to the left. But in like from the perspective, from my now perspective, we should go to the right. So the buttons, they kind of reversed. So I kind of need to make the new calculations here. So let's set this task as completed. The player's ability to shimmy while climbing has been temporarily removed. Next, let's do something about this camera. I think this should be easy. Camera movements, skin, character rotation, direction, blah blah blah, add movement input, scale value. Let's make this scale value here. Get lay. Yes. Get layer camera manager. Character owner. Get rotate. Get locate. Get rotation. Get rotation. And probably delta rotator. Or dot product. Let's find out with like the delta. print string and see what happens. So if this thing has like this specific like range, we just reverse like the scale value. Easy. Mongol, how are you doing? How are you doing, my man? How are you doing? How's your physics? How's your physics? What are you working right now? How's the game? I hope they release in 2 weeks. Okay, let's continue. So, yo. Yes, actually, really simple. So, if this thing is like greater than 90 degree, we like any 90 degree, we reverse the value. So like here we are, like the delta, yo delta. So it's less than 90. Here we are, it's greater than 90. So we should reverse the value. I was wrenching. So I think the context is just adjusted. Yes, adjusted. But then it started hailing and raining. This is like a strong metaphor for me. But I'm really interested. Eager to learn. Like very poetic to describe your work. Then thunder and now it's sunny again. Wrenching is as an outside repairing the track. Ah, I'm still like in the middle of like reading the sentence, but I was like, oh, this is such the metaphor for like making like the game dev. So I was wrenching this stuff, so it's me like tweaking, but suddenly there was like hell and raining, and like, I guess like this is like bugs, crashes. I don't know, like the video drive got burned out, like something like that. Like this is like horrible events, and this is like poetic. He did sound like he was ending stream. Maybe I was too dramatic. No, sorry if it was confusing. I have no idea how I made such impression. Interesting. But I won't go out and wrench more when it's I can decide and already clean out. Yes. But and I thought you were going off, that's why I said see ya. Yes, I was also confused, like see usually is like saying goodbye, but you're just like here and like huh? So maybe again the lack of the context barrier. Yes, I'm here. And actually, good. Actually, the physical activity. So you're saying it was just our wishful thinking? Who knows? Usually, like most of like the time, the 90% of like problems of people is just misunderstanding. Very often case when like people talk about like they mean like the same thing, but they talk on different languages and they do not understand each other. And like my thought about like the tractor thing is kind of like actually like the good thing. Like you can switch off like from like the mental work to the physical work, which is kind of like really cool. Like in general, like any physical activity. Also, like as I said like recently, like about like these abusers stuff, I also got like the opportunity. I was listening like the online seminar about like the heart problems, like diseases, from like the doctor, and he actually like he explained a lot about like extrasystoles and all kind of stuff, like how the adrenaline affects like the heart, the panic attacks and blah blah blah. And he actually gave someone is drilling, I hope you don't hear it, and he actually gave his really interesting take about how to make the heart like to be healthy as possible. And he basically said like avoid one thing, like too much salt. Basically this is it. And the second thing is do walking, like physical activity. The walking, just walking, this is like the best like cure for the heart, let's say, in these words. And actually like physical activity is like really cool stuff. Select like fixing like the tractor, all this kind of stuff. Like 2 weeks ago I was kind of like forced to go to like my country house like on foot. So I like go to like to this train station, like ride and blah blah blah, and I was like gardening this all kind of stuff, and I actually like it. I kind of like reboot myself and this physical activity. Avoid other people. Other people is the source for raised blood pressure. Yes, in some cases this is like the truth. This is like the truth. Indeed. But for this case we have like the all cases. Sometimes like 99 sometimes. But again, like for these specific cases, the philosophy of the Stoicism is really good thing. They have like really good explanations how to deal with such things. Oh, the ad is in 5 minutes. Wow. Can we like do quick philosophy? Can we? I have the yes, so philosophy. Let's fix the chat as well. So the quick advice from like philosophers, like from the Stoics, how to deal with people. They actually give advice to look at those who... Manglo is right, I need to go grocery shopping in a bit. Already need people here. So this is kind of like the kind of like the thought from Marcus Aurelius, the Rome emperor. He was like literally like the emperor, and he always like was in constant stress. and he was really introvert. He was like, leave me alone, I want to stay alone and think about like the eternity, I don't want to deal with all that stuff, but he had to. And he used like the philosophy of the Stoics in order to save his own mind. And he kind of like used the exercise. So basically, like you cannot like control like others, like people's like this kind of stuff, like the actions, emotions. You can control only your actions and your emotions. So you decide like to get angry or not to. And he also made like the morning routine. Like he was like imagine like, okay, today I will face like the irritating people, like rude people, and I'll be ready if they will do their stuff. I will do this and that and that. And he was like really calm when these events like happened to him. Like he was expecting that. And plus he was thinking like it's pointless to be angry on other people because they are kind of like our brothers, but they kind of like they have the lack of the knowledge yet. The knowledge about like the virtue, like what is like good and bad, what is like the mind, like the purpose, like the calm of like the mindness, like the fullness. So you just need to like have some sort of like the pity to these people and explain them, guide them if they want. Of course, you should not like put your own personal like view on other people. It was like against like the stoicism. So yes, basically he was like, okay, these people, they are not ready, so they kind of like on the level of like the emotions and these kind of like emotion swings. So I will not argue. I will not like be furious, react on them. I will keep my own like thoughts and emotions under my control. Like this is like the only thing we can control: our thoughts, our emotions, and our actions. So this is in some way. Again, like as soon as you kind of like realize, okay, these people, they just like they are not like know like this stuff yet, but we all like kind of brothers and sisters, we all should like cooperate, help each other, and work together on something. Like we all kind of like combine and add something to each other. So this is what like the thought from the Stoics, how to deal with like annoying like people around, like something like that. But also not be like really acceptable. If you need to be defensive, you should be defensive, but not from like the source of like the emotions. So we have like the ad. I hope we see or hear each other. I have no idea. Let me know how this works. Break. So the your absolute value, if this thing is greater than 90, if not, we use the same value. If true, we multiply this thing by -1 and we go here. So we will come back to this discussion in 15 seconds. Works. So the ad should be over, and this actually works. So I press like the left and we go to the left, press to the right, we go to the right. If I continue, press like left and I turn the camera and I still go to the left. So this works like perfect. Awesome, awesome. So the ad is over, so I'll go back to the philosophy. Again, the beauty of these streams about the philosophy is that we can have the discussions. I love it because like the times have changed just a little bit. So human minds don't really work that way. It places people in or out group. In the in group, the in out, sorry, yes, in or in out group. The in group is the family, extended family, class, group, tribe, and so on. And others get evaluated in a whole different moral framework. Oh, moral framework. This is like actually like really curious because I was like in Matt chat, and there was like discussion about the morality, where like this morality arises. That's why it Vortimis. What is Vortimis? War times. It has historically been that propaganda been smack talking the enemy to others as them. So they become like the other in the population mind, thus was support is kept. The theory of the theory is evolutionary. It was coping mechanism where tribes were fighting other resources. Shake it all about. Oh yes, this is like really interesting. Yes, I was like actually like literally I was thinking about this thing for 20 years, like literally for 20 years, and like I realized what the issue is this thing, like the source of the morality, there and ours, this kind of stuff. It's all really simple, actually really simple, but it took me literally like 20 years. Like I was like, since like I remember like myself, like when I started like thinking, you know, about like maybe at 15, I was like, what's going on with this world? Why there are so many paradoxes. They are everywhere. And I was not able to understand the people, why they act in this way, why would they have like this like kind of like the patterns of the behavior, these social constructions, and so on. And they all, like most of the times, these social constructions, they kind of like they had like no sense, and they almost always contradict to each other. So like people might like usually people call like these people like hypocritical, like something like that. So they say like they will do this thing, they would do this thing, but they actually do this thing, and so on, and blah blah blah. So the main point, there was like a lot of paradoxes of different like systems, and they kind of like face like the same goal, but somehow they contradict to each other. So let me read. Some think that with modern society, that in-group has grown so big to include everyone, for some even more, resulting in vegans and such. It makes sense. People can behave decent within their life, but act also against others, whether they're divided by tribe, or religion, or whatever. Do you hear the drill? Like, I don't know, like I hear, but I hope you are not. So yes, again, this is like really, really simple. The answer is really simple. No, okay, good. I don't hear it. Nice. So it's kind of right now it's like quiet, but sometimes these things arises. So let's make the good view, and I'll explain what I have found. So I have found the equation like only just recently. Again, I was thinking like about like for 20 years or something like that. And I have studied like the psychology, and I still like learning, and like I'm curious about different stuff like clinical psychology. Like at some point I was thinking like I should like maybe probably go to be like the doctor myself, but luckily or not, like for the better or for the worse, I went to like the dancing, and yes, I become like the dancer. So I was not able to like give my documents. Anyway, this is just another like cool story. So yes, and only recently I realized why. I was studying like just in general, like general curiosity about how the brain works, and like the interesting the origin of like the consciousness. Uh, like it was like confirmed by like the scientists, biological scientists, that our thoughts, they are created in our brain. Yes, magic, no way, in our brain. But the the main key is they created in our brain, and after the 6 seconds, we kind of realize our thought. So the thought was already calculated inside of the brain, and there was like the pink 6 seconds, it was like transferred to our consciousness. And we're like, oh, this is like my thought. No, this is like the thought of your brain. So basically, we people, we are not in charge. The brain is in charge, kind of. This is like the creature, the actual creature. Yeah, the brain ain't fast. Jokes on you, I don't have a brain. We all have the brain. We might have like different response to the brain. Again, I said this thing before. Like if you consume like too much information, like we have like two states of two, like we usually, as I said before, we have 3 states of like this sleep, like hibernate sleep, like the bears, like they do like in winters. Second one, active sleep that we do every night, and the third one is like passive sleep. So basically, when we got like a lot of information bombarded into our head, like information, basically anything. When we see like the nature, when we smell something, when we scroll something, when we think something, basically all the information. When we touch ourselves, as well the information. And we have in brain like the specific like areas of like how to like decrypt this information inside of like the brain. So basically our conscience is like the filter for the reality. We like cut specific information. So for example, we see like for example, you see like me right now, but you ignore like the feeling of like your clothes. You know, you ignore like how this thing actually like, push on yourself, like how this creates like the heat, like the tension. But now you can feel it as soon as I told you. And also we ignore like the like light waves, like they're literally like the waves of like the light, they transfer like all across these things. And we see like the molecules of like the air, like these gases, like this dust. Our brain, our conscious is kind of like the filter, and we just like cut this stuff in order to like like absorb, like not, in order to accumulate the energy, basically. So if you feel like you have some struggles with like the thought process, there is like the chance that your brain kind of like overloaded, and our brain is kind of like electricity network. In order to stay sustainable, you know, to be productive, the brain needs to shut down the brain for like sometimes. So like the maximum amount of like our brain works, like our areas, is 25 hours. This is like the maximum. After that, it's like forced the shutdown. And you know, sometimes we just, I don't understand. You kind of like awake, but you kind of sleep. So this is like a biological state of like the mind. Again, everything is like scientifically confirmed and all this kind of stuff. So this is like I was like, this is was a little bit off topic, but in general, this is like if you feel like tired, so you just have a good sleep. So basically, our conscience is kind of like the filter for the brain. And I realized, like, when I was trying to understand like the nature, like the origin of the nature. So like the origin of the instinct, I was thinking like something is not quite right. Like there is something above the instincts, like something really above, and it's not something like mythological, religious, nothing at all. That like my point that there is something that makes everything into like the structures. So like the molecules to the molecular, atom to atom, like skin to skin, like we have like these arms, we have the body, organs, like different cells, like the gravity, always like everything is always some creates like the structure. And this is like about everything in like our observable universe. So like this sound like create like this structure, the stone create this structure, the like the trees, like the water, like drops, and we got like the oceans. Everything creates like this structure. And I realized, so everything is kind of like struggling to maintain like this structure. So our brain afraid only one thing, and this one is called the entropy. The entropy is the term from like the physics. Basically, this is kind of like the state of like chaos, the state of non-existence, and like basically the non-existence, like the absence of like structure, something like that. And in general, all like the space, we are running straight to the entropy. So yes, we have like the three theories how the like literal space will die. And basically this is like kind of the entropy. And I think so the physics they say that in space we have like two forces. First one, the dark materia, and the second one, the dark energy. And we have no idea what this thing, but it's like everywhere. And one thing, like the dark materia, as far as I understand, this creates like the gravity, and this creates like the structures, you know, be at once. And the dark energy is kind of like turn apart this thing, expand this thing. So our universe always like expands. So, and it's kind of like try to like break these like connections, break the structures. The dark materia tried to create this thing, and dark energy tried to break this thing. And we kind of have like these, like the battle of like these two forces. And in some way, like there was like, I guess like some sort of like the call like from the universe. Okay, everybody, find the solution to fight against the entropy. And we are actually kind of everybody is like fighting for like for survival. So like we all try to maintain our structure in very different ways. someone decided, okay, I will be like the plant. I will like use the mathematics to grow the leaves, to get the sunlight, and this is so on. Yes, the trees, actually the first like organisms who now knows like the mathematics. And so far, like we are the most like kind of like in front lines of like combating the entropy. So we create like the structures. So basically we all create like the structures. And the cool thing, like not the cool thing, like the fascinating thing, that our structures they all work in some way. They all work to maintain the structure. So we, like our brain on the basic level, we afraid the entropy, and we build like the structure. So we like put ourselves into like group A, group B, and we build like the structures. And if anything in the world tries to like shake these structures, we fell into like the like fear, like literal fear. And like any psychologist will tell you like that the true emotions that stays behind like the anger is the fear. Usually when we think like our ego is kind of like, this is just our ego. No, this is just like our fear that our structure will be shaken, will be like this can like break or something like that, you know. Like for example, I built like this structure that I'm strong, I'm like mighty, I know this, I know that, I know how this is right, how this works, and someone come to you and says, no, this is actually incorrect, here is the data. And you kind of like, you enter into the state of the fear, and you thinking like, oh, this thing tries to destroy my structure. And we all have like the law of like the world to maintain this structure, and we start to fight against this structure, and we kind of like collide with each other. So basically this is like the reason why we kind of like have these all like controversy in the world. So we all kind of afraid of like the entropy, and we all hold like for our structures. So there is like the solution for this thing. Actually there is like the solution. Like there are two ways to like combat the entropy. The first one is like the knowledge. So you just like constantly like study, the more you study, like you study like different points of view. You study like the science, this, and you kind of like you see like you enter like the state like there are like many like edges of like the reality. And plus you do like the behavior therapy, so you try to enter into like the different structure. So you create like the tolerance, resistance, like the tolerance to the uncertainty. And this helps you to not enter into the state of the fear and be opened again, because you kind of like understand that your task is primarily to like fight against the entropy. And this is why you better listen like the points A, B, C, D, E all together, and we like work all together on something like globally. Again, this is like something goes back to like the stoicism. People, the other peoples, they don't know this thing yet, and we need to like work together and like on something like common, like something like this thing. So far, I think this is not the entropy was not from the Stoics. This is just like my understanding. Again, I was thinking about this like for a long time. This is like my personal thought. Maybe maybe I will like write something like the book, or maybe so like more examples, more explanations. So maybe I will make like the separate video about this thing. But I think this explains a lot. So this is like the reason why like people like fight like with each other, with opinions, all this kind of stuff. Everybody is in a permanent fear of losing its own structure. Like we can call it like ego or something like that. This is it. This is it. So what are your thoughts from this monologue? I'm really curious. Fixed movement along the wall when the player switches to third-person view and rotates the camera around the player. Human brain has a defense mechanism. When the world view or deeply rooted truth is challenged, it gets rejected. It can be accepted. That's why people that been radicalized are in code, and so it takes years to get out. The slow process of themselves challenging their own convictions can't really be forced on others. So yes, again, this is like you say, this is like truth. Okay, yes, completely truth. Plus we all lose like we all have like the neuroplasticity, and it's getting like less and less as we grow, like as we're getting older. And yes, this is like the real case that you're describing, and this my theory of like the fear of the entropy explains this like on the source of like the problem, like on the primary base level. So we are so afraid of this entropy, so we like hold like super tight, even on like the, let's say, like subjectively wrong or maybe objectively wrong, like the ideas, like destructive ideas. This is like the reason why people they kind of like afraid to leave like the abusive relationships, you know. This person like do the emotional abuse, like physical abuse to me, and I am kind of like afraid to leave him, because like I am afraid like what else, what's gonna be there, like I'm afraid of like the unknown, like something like that. Again, the fear of the entropy, like the absence of like the structure. And the person decides to stay in this relationship because it's well known, like yes, I will get like this punch and this punch, like emotional, physical, but I know the like outcome, and this is like understandable structure. The same like for like our ideas, like the cults and these kind of stuffs. So yes, we just afraid to like shake, like somehow like to lose our structure. We should like no, I want to be like firm, like I know how to control my life, how to control like the world. I want to stay this thing, and that's it. This happens. Like if person has like this pillar of like the I would say like the mind, like the knowledge, the person will be like in fear and you know, in these weird situations. So he kind of like should strengthen his pillar by like getting like more knowledge, more different knowledge, not just like only this knowledge from this pillar, but from the other pillars. And basically you making like the gigantic pillar. So you should combine like two different like pillars of like two different structures, maybe 3, 4, 5. After that, these 6 we will go away and we will connect to the 8, and this is like so on. So kind of like the knowledge, and try to understand this point of view, and to develop the tolerance to the frustration, like any frustration. Like for example, like we are so afraid of our like look, so we kind of like afraid like to be sometimes to look inappropriate, in clothes, like wear inappropriate clothes. Again, this is kind of like the structure is not like really strong enough. But if you try to do like again, these are like the real psychological experiments. Try to wear like super dirty clothes in public and see how people react to you. And after that, try to wear like super like kind of like rich, like fancy clothes, and see how people react to you. And you will notice something about your ego, that your ego is kind of like it's not your, like it's kind of like you will feel something about your like conscience. It's more than just like more than you think. It's completely different beast, let's say, in this world. I think you might try to put meaning to something that in itself has no meaning. True, yes, true. This is like the problem of like sticking to like only one concept, the idea, because this pillar might be like you might strengthen like, but you know, the reality always breaks these pillars. No matter how you think this is like strong, but the reality will crush it. So you better to look these different ideas, try to combine them, see them, and you know, the reality anyway, the reality will break these pillars. We don't know what the reality is. We have no idea. We have only the theories, what the world is. So the better to try to build yourself like multiple pillars of different like ideas is the better, but not kind of like not be like the dogmatic, or like to be always into like the one concept. It is a result of process of millions of years. The propagate, the genetic material, everything is downstreams from that. I think as such, the brain is just really bad way of observing reality. It has so many flaws. Yes, but we should try. What else we have, like now we have like again we evolve, I guess. So now we have like these old technologies and all this kind of stuff, so we can find more information about like the world and what's going on here. The theories of what the world is. You mean scientific theory, which is the highest proof within the science. The scientific, the science, they say some stuff about what the world is like. What? Let's by the way. The scientific method is what it is to negate the human perception and make sure it's correct as possible. Negate the human perception, make sure it's as correct as possible. Yes, I'm more to like the scientific way, you know. I want to. I would prefer the scientific method, actually, like my personal. But the thing about the science, it's changes, it evolves. So you need to be prepared that this might be like the error. Okay, so far we think in this way. Again, these are like the theories. The more like the most accurate, I guess, but one of the millions. And at some point, the science, they will like, it's okay. They will say yes, actually we were wrong. This is like how this actually the truth, and I kind of like accept this thing. So I am kind of like, I am aware and ready like the science might be wrong, and this is like not the truth of the truth, but at least this is something that the most has the most like objective way how to look to reality. So yes, these like I just recently realized like this like the entropy theory, like because like everything is kind of like in combat with the entropy, even like the sun, like the rock, the like worm, the tree, the grass, the deer, the cat, everything, like basic everything, like the gravity. Everything is kind of like stick together, and like you know how the sun dies, it's like expanded, it expands at some point, and it will not be able to sustain its own like the mass, and it's kind of like explodes and it's like torn apart. Basically, yes, we have like the chemical process and blah blah blah, but you know, in a metaphor, if I speak in a metaphor way, the dark energy turn the sun apart. It's kind of like, it's always like turn the things. So it feels like there was like some sort of like the code to the universe, like I don't know from like how and from whom and why, like yo, creatures of the universe, find the way to combat the entropy. We all need to find the solution to this dilemma and task. And everybody is on their own journey how to overcome this stuff. We kind of we operate in our like on like more ground level, I would say, not on the space level, like not on the cosmic level. We all try to sustain our own like structures, like our ego, our mind, like be this one, like accept me, love me, like praise me, see me, like don't hate me, blah blah blah, this kind of stuff. So I think we can add like the coffee. We can start making the coffee. Yes, yeah, of course, it changes as you learn more, you gain greater understanding. Yes, this is like the beauty of the humanity. I think the humanity is like the human is like really interesting creature, really interesting creature. It's kind of, it shapes ego always. Like at some point we believe in A, at some point we believe in B, at some point we believe C, and like this is like over the life, and we just like shape our like emotion, like our like thoughts and like priorities and goals and all this kind of stuff. Like it's like always constantly shapes with the help of like the how this thing I called, like I told like today, like neuroplasticity. Yes, neuroplasticity. But the bad news about the neuroplasticity, we lose it over the time. So the people who have like the most like strong neuroplasticity, these are the people, like we can call them like the children, like the young people, like around like to like 25. This is like the time when the neuroplasticity, you learn and adapt like any structure. So we are like, we are these ones, yeah, they are these ones, yeah, and after that we clash the structures over and over again until like we find like the more sustainable structure. But we should do this thing, not this thing, this, not this. And as we grow like older, everybody like have like such a feeling, I don't want to do this thing, I'm lazy, you know, this kind of like state of the mind, of the mood. And can you imagine like the older people, it's like impossible to like you know, here's the smartphone, just open like the browser and Google it. He or she will be like, what? And like it's impossible task. This is like the state when the neuroplasticity is almost like the zero. The brain, it's kind of like struggles and don't want to go any further. So maybe this is like the reason why we like die, I don't know, because we cannot like continue like learning. Just imagine like 300 years ago there was like the artist. He was like he was like gathering like the plants, making like the color powders, like making like the color palette and this. He was drawing and this kind of stuff, you know. After that he had to do this all in the Photoshop. He was like you know. And now he no longer needed the Photoshop. You just like prompt something and you got like the painting. And he was like blah, blah. You know, that's why we always have like this cycle of like the new people. We try to find the new structures to combat against the entropy. But we always stay on the ground level, on like, I don't know why, like maybe because of like the cataclysm or something like that. We maybe at some point we erase our like knowledge and we go back to like stones and pikes, who knows. But we kind of like always stay on the ground level, like me, this kind of stuff. But again, our ego is kind of like the illusion. You think that you are in this way, but actually you are not. You are like, you are more than you. Like it's just like just a random thing that you called in this way and you speak in this way. It's not who you are usually. It's kind of like the structures, the interacts inside of you. Okay, and we go make the coffee. I have learned one thing about the Twitch, that you should run the ads in order to not force other people, like upcoming people, to watch the ads. Am I right? Is this thing correct? I never run the ads like forcefully, like pre-rolls or something like that. I have no idea how this works. Can you explain me? I have like the timer. I have the timer pre-roll off 24. Pre-roll on. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get how this works. Okay, if there is like the 60-second ad, what happens with this timer? Let's do the experiment. So sorry if this noise. I'm sorry in advance. So let's do the experiment. Okay, and I will start making like the coffee. Okay, I'm back. So, like literally so far, I think at least in my head now this all makes sense. Why we have like so many different structures, why they contradict to each other, and why they kind of like help. Oh, look at this. The timer is like now 42 minutes. So it's kind of like made this thing like bigger timer. Right, I'm heading out into the wild now. Catch you again soon. Yes. Have a nice walk. Just like just do the walk. Just relax with. Have a great time. Have a great time, Heather. Thank you for being with me on the stream. Always appreciate you. Always appreciate you. See you later. So yes, the timer is like the timer was expanded. I'm going to get groceries. No, relax and doing that. This actually like the good thing. I like this is like again just like I currently I have like no fancy stuff, like no like like I don't know, like. But like usually I try to like every evening go to the groceries. So I have like the groceries in my refrigeration for like only 1 or maybe 2 days. So like I constantly walk across like my like area for the groceries and just walk. And this is kind of, I'm happy with this amount of the activity. Just sharing. So you don't have to be like in a perfect like walking around in state and everything excited. Again, walking, if she is like already on the way, but in general, as I said, like walking is really helpful and healthy thing, like in combating with like the depression, with negativity, with the cortisol, and it helps to switch the limbic and paralimbic systems of like the body. So yes, and help to the heart. Walking is really something special. I don't know what is this. Conrad, hello. Hope you have a great working time as well. Oh yes, death camera, death player, death camera, player, death camera. Ah yes, this is like the correct one. So we will oh yes, this is it. This is the fix. Now, as soon as we like die or something like that, we will have correct camera. Let me show you. So we have like the first and third person view switcher perspective, and previously I got like the bug when I landed, when I died, the camera switched to like to the third person view, but now this stays like the first person, so fixed. Jump. Hello, Conrad. Yes, hello. Thank you for shout out. Working from work. Yes, of course, my friend. And have a great work, of course. Hope you're doing well. So we got the problem, Houston. Like this specific map. So this is like how we can resurrect ourselves, yes? But we kind of blocked by the ceiling. Yes, we can do like these things. but eventually I would love to have some sort of the possibility to walk through the roofs. Let me change the streams. Okay. So I have fixed the camera. Fixed camera transition from third to first person during death. It now syncs with the initial camera position. Okay, now let's have the so basically I have the idea. I will create like the blueprint. The separate blueprint will be like inside of our head, and this I will think about in which way I will make this, like with timer or overlap. I hope we will be able to do this thing with only like overlap. If not, we will use like the timer. So basically, every time when this thing will trace like some sort of like the wall. We will have like different like switch post process, and this will disable and enable our character like capsule collision response. So as soon as we in this like area or so, as soon as we are in this area or so, we will be able to like walk through the walls, something like that. Comets, camera. BP obstacles track obstacles track obstacles track. Okay, let's create the box collision CCD custom event overlap. Okay, let's do open visibility world static CCD begin overlap print string append overlap actor. And we go to, for example, player camera manager. The ad will be in 1 minute, and yes, I will wait, and I will go and grab the coffee. HTML event, client, spawn, obstacles, camera, red, okay, 30 seconds. I will go and grab the coffee. Be right back. A little bit of ASMR. Why am I in the still in this category? Almost. Good, now we have this obstacle tracker. Let's see how this works. What? Player main overlap. So yes, we overlap ourselves. Got it. Got it. So yes, actually nice. This is super nice. This is super nice. Obstacle track. So we make things ignore. I hope palm. Let's see what happens now. I think we'll have the player, yes, because we have somewhere like the visibility. Okay, what if visibility just like this stuff? No, we still like overlap ourselves. Okay, never mind. So we leave the visibility on everybody. So get instigator if other actor is equal ourselves. We count the overlap. Player main. So for some reason these things I am the instigator. So what's the reason to it? Perhaps the reason is that this actor has no replication. So other actor, instigator unknown. Yes, we have no instigator. Why? So the instigator should be this one. Let's see. Ah. So let's do get owner, player controller. So this goes to owner. Get fun. Can I? What is this? No. Cast player controller. Get control pawn. Now this will work. Player controller. Player controller. Pawn unknown. So we don't have like the pawn. Got it. So let's do this way. Tutorial without cast is valid. So I assume this is like too fast. Delay. Now everything will be just fine. Player. So yes, this gives us true. We ignore ourselves. Cube overlap. Can I wonder. Obstacle box. Ignore. Ignore. Can I make something like this? Let's see. No, does not work. So I move player main, Oh. I don't know. I don't know. What are the other reasons? Like, why this should ignore does not work. I don't get it. Okay, I will clean my nose and be right back. Process. Let's do on saturation. Let's make this thing, for example, 0. Bounce. Like this. Actually, bounce. We don't need. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba. So, gonna be really unpleasant view. Get parameter, get post, get settings. Set timer by function name. Trace obstacle. Custom event. Trace obstacle. Sphere trace by channel. Actor location. Actor location. Make cell investigator. Draw for duration, radius at 230. If this thing is true, Good, 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 good. So, let me think about it. So first thing first, we need to rise this up. Okay. If this thing is true, we're gonna do once Mish. We're gonna do once, we're gonna do another sphere trace. Ignore the same thing. Start location gonna be like this start location, and the location we're gonna be like subtract minus like 90. Radius we can leave the same, or like 30. And if this thing is true, we gonna do like again, this is like really unknown area. Will replication work or not without enabling the replication? Instigator, character, main, set collision enabled. Collision weird. Let's check it. Set character collision. What? Why? Set character collision. Do once. Set character collision. Set everything to like, okay, 0. Otherwise, collision enabled. And go back normal post process. Reset. So this works, but why I'm going down? Why am I going down? This does not make any sense. Why am I going down? Okay, let's find another way. Type. Set character type. Game editor. Collision is ghost. Ghost reaction. What is? Ah, yes. Hide cap. Set visibility. Set movement mode. Set actor. Enable collision. Aha. 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 Custom event. Server. Set actor. Enable collision. Up. Multicast. Literally don't understand what's going on. Ah. I guess I need to set the movement mode to flying. Because I'm kind of walking and I am affected by the gravity. Still, like, what's going on? Still, what's going on? And redo this function. So I no longer fall down, yes. So let's work with what we got so far. Variables is inside of obstacle. Is inside of obstacle. Shit to true. If this thing is true, we continue the logic. If it's false, we do nothing here. So in theory, now we should be able to have like enable and disable the collision. So we hit the head, we can go up, so we're still inside of the collision, still. Now we can continue. And rise ourselves. But we need somehow to save this effect. So he's inside of the obstacle. Yes. So I assume we're gonna do like this. This. Sequence. Do once. He is inside of obstacle. If false, we go back this thing. And what about this? No. False. So I want to have like this effect only when the camera is inside of some sort of object, but not the whole body. So basically I can repeat like the same logic here. So we're gonna do sequence. So the first sequence will be do once enable the post process. This gonna be false sequence here, sequence as well. Do once disable post process. And this goes here, and this goes here. So we will have like switch on and off post process, and the rest of the logic will continue, and we will have like the collision switch as well. Bumps. 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 Nice. As for the post process, works perfect. So we are inside of this thing and we see as usual, and we kind of like now we have like our body back. So the only thing I need to find out how can I save this momentum. I don't know. Quite easy actually, quite easy. So instead of disable the collision, we can take our character movement component and set gravity scale to 0. So our state will be the same. So gravity is actor 0 and something. There should be something like ghost gravity plus plus the mutator. So for the test, let's say just 0 and 1. Okay, not exactly what I wanted. So how about the collision now as well? So I will be without collision, but the gravity should be like pushing me up. Like at least my movement should be pushing me up. If not, I'll force the gravity to go up. I will try. So yes, this kind of works. This works exactly as I want. So the last thing, let's do some test as well. Like we need to make sure that yes, you're perfect. Perfect, perfect, and we continue the movement. Perfect. Now I just need to make the gravity correct. So like right now I have like 1. I just need to adjust the parameters according to like the ghost or the mutator. Set ghost fly through the ceiling. Set fly through the ceiling. Gravity skill 0.25. It's hard-coded value, but this will be okay. Tools. Let's do this thing now. Low gravity. I'll check the ball. Okay, mutators. We will mutators. We will set the values here inside of the mutators. Normal, gravity, alive, float. So this is gonna be like gravity, normal, alive, duplicate, gravity, low gravity, alive, no gravity, normal, alive, low, alive, gravity, normal, ghost, gravity, low, ghost. Oh yes, perfect. Now we will not have the hard-coded values. Where this thing? So normal alive 1, low alive will be how much? 0.3. Normal ghost 0.25, low ghost 0.1. Let's do. I think this is this will be fine. Mutators, set gravity. Self hashtag ghost. If false 1, if true, oh yes, get normal normal alive. Normal alive. Get gravity low alive. No. I confused. Get gravity low alive. Or maybe yes. No. Normal alive. Low alive. I'm a bit confused. So this one is for alive. This is for the ghost. Get gravity normal ghost. Get gravity low ghost. Yes. I don't like this construction. I mean, I like it, but this is like in character main, like player and this kind of stuff. I kind of need to reuse this over and over again, and this is like what I don't like. So I need to make this thing inside of the mutators. Set gravity. So this is gonna be character and character. Get movement component. Mutators. So we get normal alive. Low alive. Low ghost. And normal ghost. Boolean is low gravity. Love it, love it, love it, love it. And here we are. Go to player main. We in state get mutators gravity is low gravity set gravity character self low gravity this thing. So in theory everything should goes here, 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 and here. Also here. Booms. Where is our collision? Gravity, so gravity is 0, and after that this one. The only one thing we have left is if I'm gonna do switches like of the gravity while I'm stuck in the collision, be in trouble. So, but the system should adapt itself. And everything should be just fine. So we go here. Something happened. Probably the crash. Yes, some sort of random crash. But this should work. I just wanted to check this thing from the third-person perspective. The thing with yes, it's okay. It's okay with the third-person perspective. Why my Discord messages growing, but nobody is writing me. Just pinks and pinks and pinks. Anyway, what am I doing? Anyway, so this should work. Now we have like not hard-coded values in one place, if just in case we want to change like how this thing work. Oh my god! So this is like Unreal Engine like giga crash because now it starts compiling the shaders. Now it's compile the shaders. So maybe it's time for having like the conversations about something. About what? About what? So, this topic, we already discussed this thing like today briefly, but I might walk through this thing one more time. So let me take my notes and translation. So this is maybe it's not really, let's switch. This is the Stoicism from Marcus Aurelius. In the morning, one should say to oneself, today I will have to deal with people who are intrusive, ungrateful, arrogant, treacherous, envious, and difficult to get along with. They all owe these qualities to their ignorance of good and evil. But I, after I have come to know the nature of good, it is beautiful, and the nature of evil, it is shameful, and the nature of erring one himself, he is akin to me not by blood and common origin, but by spirit and divine determination. I cannot suffer harm from any of them, for no one can involve me in anything shameful, nor be angry with a relative, nor hate him. For we are created for cooperative activity, just like legs, arms, eyelids, the upper and lower jaws. Therefore, to oppose one another is contrary to nature, but to be annoyed with people and to shun them means to oppose. So this is kind of like the really close to the topic that we discussed like before about like to be annoyed like by the people or something like that. So this is like how the Marcus Aurelius, the Rome emperor, the Stoic, explained this stuff. So that you cannot change like the behavior of other people, but you can control your own reactions. And just prepare in advance that there will be some unpleasant situations. This is like the usually like the Stoics, like the morning routine. So they say this stuff to themselves, and if these things happen to them, they do not react like emotionals. They kind of, oh yes, I knew it, okay, and we will act in the specific way. And again, this is not just like the Stoics, they are all for cooperating. Like they do not like exclude anyone. Like they say like these people, they do not know yet like the good things, like we should cooperate and this is like great, this help to each other. I can add from myself that this is like good to cooperate with each other to combat against like the entropy. So like you should not like take other people as like your enemies, but just like the people who don't know the things, like many things yet, and they kind of like lost it somewhere. Um, yes. So we should like work together, add something to each other. Basically, this is like the meaning of this stuff. Plus one to the Stoicism, to the philosophy of the Stoicism. And we're gonna do loading, so shader compilation. This will take like about 5 minutes. If you want to discuss something, let me know. Otherwise, we can run like the ad. I will grab some drink. I will grab something to drink, and basically we can be right back. And of course, we can also discuss like the philosophy of the Stoicism even more, because I would love to learn. Like I have many books of these things. So maybe again, let's maybe you have a thought or two about this stuff. I will leave it to you to read. And be right back. Okay. If you have nothing, so I will check this pre-roll run. So this actually this gives like no ad for upcoming people if I run this ad. Am I right? Please, someone in the chat. I see some lurkers, some viewers. Please let me know how the ad works. So what happens if I run the ad right now? I know like this doubles time like pre-roll off. So like no ads for upcoming people. Correctly. This is me. Don't worry. Okay, the pre-rolls time doubled. Sorry if it was like painful experience for you. And I welcome everybody on the stream. Welcome to the vibe. Me and my brother create like the game Synthwave Vibe Immersive Sandbox. Basically, this is got like the combination of different genres. The game has a lot of customization options. So I have like the reveal trailer. Maybe this will be interesting to you.
Curious about what this game is and who made it? Let me tell you all about it. Hello, my name is Sergey and my brother's name is Alexander. We are indie game developers and we are creating a game called Lipoždien Vibe. This is our like a dream project and we are really excited to share about it with you. Lipoždien Vibe is an immersive simulator inspired by synthwave and 80s aesthetics. And in this game, really the creativity and freedom come first. For example, want to relax? We have a sandbox game mode with really no objectives and limits. Craving action? Jump into classic shooter game modes with dynamic combat. Love racing? Organize arcade-style races with your friends. Team up with players. Dive into social dynamics. Solve challenges. Outsmart your rivals. That's not all. Lipoždien Vibe lets you create your own worlds. We have a built-in map editor, modding support, and even a programming language, so you can bring your ideas to life right in the game. Lipoždien Vibe is a game where you can customize everything to your liking. The interface style, the atmosphere, the vehicles, and even the game rules. And best of all, it supports VR and multiplayer. You can not only play, but also create unique sessions with your friends. And you know what's the best part? The game is free. No microtransactions. It's our gift to everyone who loves creative freedom. But to keep the project growing, we need your support. We are completely independent developers with no investors. The entire game was created out of pure passion. If you'd like to help us, consider subscribing to our Patreon or Boosty. Your contribution will help us add new content, improve the game and grow the community. This is just the beginning. If you like the idea, tell your friends, share this video or support us on a Patreon or Boosty. Every step you take is a huge help for us. Thank you for watching this video and see you soon in Lipoždien Vibe. Bye.
Oh, and welcome back. So this was like in brief the Lipoždien Vibe. So it's still like 4,000. So let me show you just a little bit of more of it. I have like interesting screenshots. Let's see. So these looking something like this. You know, you can wishlist the game. I'm working right now on the public playtest demo. Will be available, I hope, soon. So like currently I'm working on the like Steam page description. So like this is like this synthwave plus art deco. Just in general, like this style. I've made like the couple screenshots of the environment, about this and that stuff. The compilation is like super long. What if I... no. I have to wait. have to wait, unfortunately. So yes, feel free to join like the stream or work. This is like the inner kitchen, how this thing was done behind the scenes, all this kind of stuff. Maybe not really emotional streams, but really nice co-working, deep and thoughtful streams. I love psychology, philosophy. We discuss philosophy very often. To be more specific, the philosophy of the Stoicism. So yes, we have like the vibe. We have our own vibe. The amazing community. You can join like the Discord to see like the news, maybe some extra materials about the philosophy, some music, and this kind of stuff. So while this thing is still loading, let's set the task as completed. Translate, using the translate. Oh, this is like it added the ability to pass through a wall if the player hits the wall with his hand and rises up to the desynchronization zone. Awesome, awesome. So like basically I made like this like desaturation like post-process. Like I will add something, like I will ask my brother to create like the post-process, or like we can use something like something existing. Maybe we can create like the glitch. Yes, the glitch is kind of like really suits. So like we kind of like go through like the textures and we kind of like have the glitch, like something is going on, like something is not quite right. So it's almost there, 700, and we will be back to the work. And what else? What else? And yes, I remind you, I will be streaming on Sunday as well. We're gonna continue playing the Gothic. Are you kidding me? So it was like 90, 80, 70, 20, and then 200. So this is just like my board where I set like check what was done last week, previous week, the week before, and so on, so on. So yes, I do updates every week. You can play the new version of the game every week. So we have like kind of like now it has 2000. What's going on? Like what's going on? Like I'm not able to run the project, or what? What's going on? Let me do this thing. I will stop the butterflies. So what I was talking about, I don't remember. We do updates every week. Yes, we have like the game never ending like kind of like journey, and this is kind of like evolving, like this is adaptive and constantly like shaping and getting like better and better and innovating, implementing like new things and all kind of stuff. So this is like the mutant among like the games, like this is the game, let's say it. Very like own like specific approach. This is just the way how I make the stuff. So the current state of the game, I would say like the game is kind of like ready. We have like 4 completed quests plus 3 extra sub quests, like kind of, so we can change like the environment, this and that stuff, like in this place and that place, which is kind of like nice. And I still like do the closed closed public playtest, so like anyone who has like the key, they can play the game and give me the feedback about like the current stuff, what's going on, what's good, what's bad, why, and I find like I like fix these things like next week. Like usually everything that you got, you send me, I fix them right away. And plus like adding like more stuff. So the game works like as layers. So like the storyline moves with like every week we have like the new chunk of like the storyline. So like continue the endless like journey, something like that. I have like the storyline, like where this goes, what should we add, the characters, the direction, the game mods. So yes, many cool stuff. And yes, so currently I fix what I have found, like the last like from the previous playtest. And yes, just on the background I'm working on like the Steam page. So right now the page is quite empty, and I want to give like explanation, like the cool visuals, the like slogan, like the vibe, the information, the technical information, like in general what we're gonna do, this kind of stuff. This takes time, but in general everything slowly going somewhere. Also I postponed like the VR update, so this was like not really active feature of me, like by me or like recently, but luckily we got like a fellow supporter, and he is the big fan of VR and he loves the game. And you know what, we have like the support of like he loves the synthwave and VR, and we have both of this synthwave and VR. Yo, Rodrigo, yo, привет. 7 streak streams. Yes. Yes, welcome in. Glad to see you. So how is your vibe? How is your like philosophy of the life? The weekend is coming. The event is coming. So what are you working right now? Can you or will you or you aim to make something like the Toto? Like the 80s songs? So cool, so cool. Like 2 hours in the bed after woke up. This is good. This is good. Good morning. Good morning, Rodrigo. Good morning. Good day. So yes. By the way, I am reading like I need a job. From one side it's like sounds like really comical. From the second side it's really dramatic. Yes, depends on how you look at this thing. You know, you like nowadays you can I think you cannot say like, oh, these people who have the jobs, should you like pity them or should you be envy? You know, who knows? Who knows? But at least you can sleep. At least you can sleep. I'm currently reading like the book about how to sleep, how to have the good sleep. This is like the scientific knowledge, like the researches about how the brain works, this kind of stuff. So yes, I actually like shared a little bit with the intro of this book today on the stream that we have 3 types of like this sleep: active, passive, and hibernate. But hibernate, like basically like the bears. I don't think we hibernate, so we usually use like active and passive. I'm not talking about like deep and like not deep like sleep. So you shouldn't be awake more than 25 hours basically. Otherwise the brain get cooked literally. Nah, not envy for that. I'm glad people are doing well. Yes, I mean, it's kind of like good, of course. Of course, they have like the stability. They do not stress about like, oh, I need money to pay the rent. I need money to go these dates, grocery, clothes, maintenance, all this kind of stuff. It's really like hit the brain really hard mentally. But at the same time, like, not many people actually about, maybe I'm wrong, but somewhere I heard like the statistics that 70% of like human population, they don't like their job. 70%, you know. You could say this like, this is like the perspective actually. 70%, but I think we should clarify the data. Maybe AI can help us. Oh, no. I was wrong. 80. 80%. Oh, 80% don't like their job. Like only 20% they are involved. And these like the rest 80 is kind of like I don't like it, but okay. It's 64. 16 they actively hate their job, kind of. So these are the latest research. Just joking, I don't want another job, just money. Yes, yes, this is big brain move. Yes, we don't need the job, we just need the money. Yes, I would say 95. Well, you see, 80, not 95, 80. Again, 64 they kind of like don't like it, but okay, and 16 they hate it. These are the numbers. I rejected a couple of well-paid jobs because I had no interest in them. So like this is like strong, like you have like this strong character, and this is like really respectful. I want to keep betting on what I'm doing until I can't anymore. Yes, I totally understand, and this is like really, you know, kind of, if not now, then when, you know? If not now, then when? Why my chats, they fly away? Weird. Because like later you kind of getting like older, and accidentally, magically, you kind of lose the energy, and you find like 5 kids, family and wife, and suddenly the only thing you want is to have the rest, and no ambitions. Like it's really hard to complete the ambitions, kind of. I don't say that to have like the 5 kids is a bad thing. I'm just saying like it's hard. It's hard to build something like huge and work on something huge like alone, at least alone. Yes. Plus, who knows, like this is like the endless race with AI nowadays. Like maybe in a month there will be like AI that's for example completely destroys all the engines, like all the music, all art, and etc, or maybe not. Crazy times. So what we got here, I was working on the why these things so weird right now? I was working on the kind of like glitch. So if we have to like walk upstairs, why this thing is broken right now? Like why what's going on? Like what's going on, engine? What's going on? So if we go up, now we can like kind of break through this ceiling and go back. So this is kind of like the new thing we got. Also improved like the VR. So like some people, they start playing the VR. And yes, we have the VR support, but it was like a little bit oh my god. Sometimes this thing is not good for some reason. Why this thing like that? Why these things act like that? Really weird. Let's switch it. So before the crash, it was just fine. I don't think that AI can be copyrighted. So so nobody will be making money with AI. This is actually the nice take. Hello, Lepo. How it's going? Hello, Lisito. Hello, welcome in. Welcome in. By the way, let me give you the proper shout out. Or if anyone doesn't know you. I'm doing pretty well. I'm charged with like the coffee. I'm charged with the coffee and I'm cooking. I'm cooking the good stuff. New mechanics. Just fixing like the bugs, this kind of stuff. As I said, like the game kind of like the play demo is kind of like all like ready. I'm just like polishing and working on like the Steam page. So today I'm polishing. Next time I will be polishing as well on stream. But on Sunday I will be there for you. Then Gothic remake, I'll be there for you. So like the AI copyright stuff is actually like really interesting take. Like nothing will be like nobody will own nothing. Like yes, this is actually like really character main. Sorry, Lepo, I've been busy with the interview today, and I will be for a few days regarding this interview process. Hope the development have been going smooth. Yes, thank you. Yes, the development is really indeed going smooth. Indeed. Actually, indeed. So, what's about like the interview? So, you kind of like entering into like the field of like the developers who actually like getting paid. This is like, I think this is like GG, like congratulations. This is like cool stuff. Like really. Yeah, junior Unreal Engine developer. So yes, you. I think you kind of like ready. I think you're kind of ready. So you've seen the vibe, the Leopoldsine vibe. So this is the Unreal Engine. You know, this is like the big plus to the resume. And the second one, you played the Gothic, which also made with Unreal Engine. So you have like extra, like to your own like knowledge, you have some extra, you know, like the faith in good games. But actually, yes, it's kind of cool. Really, really, really. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. So yes, let's celebrate like the Rodrigo, like stream streak, and the Decipto having the resume successful resume. Gothic and vibe shall help me. Right? Yes, yes. These are like the monstrous, and perhaps you will be making like your own Decipto vibe, you know. These are like cool examples, of course. Yo. Three stream streaks. Thank you, Decipto. Thank you. Really appreciate it. So where are you currently? Like the chapter in the Gothic. Have you passed like the old mine, like crawlers? Yo, thank you for the shouty. You don't have to, but thank you. Of course. I love share like the vibe to everybody, so like we can all like know each other and hang out together. I'm in chapter 2. No, I'm only playing on stream. Oh yes, so I saw you like. I don't think I'm brave enough. Okay, I got it. So we all saw you like your last. Oops, cool. We all like left at the same place. But I think this is like so weird. The code is the same, everything is the same. I'm confused. New actor. I'm confused. So yes, you kind of like overcome yourself, something like that. Yeah, arachnophobia is a pain in the butt. Yes. So it's kind of like, I don't know, you have like really kind of experience. So you, again, like as I said, like this is kind of like overcome yourself, like. So Gothic is not just like the game with hard life inside of this thing, but also it's hard in some way, like on your personal level, this kind of stuff. In video games it's kind of fine, but in real life I would pass out. Oh. Even in this way. Strong. Really strong. What's going on here? No, I think this is like... You doing a great job, actually. Why this thing acts so weird? Player main. Wait, will you be playing Gothic on Sunday? Yes, yes. This is just like completely separate day, only just for the Gothic. 6 hours, not 7, not 6, 7. I don't know why people call this thing for you all this time. I don't know why, but yes. Like jokes aside, like yes, I will be playing like. I playing Gothic as well, like on streams, not offline. I want to kind of like capture like the moments again, because like this is like really special game to me. It's like I started basically because of like the Gothic, because of this like first Gothic original. I became like the game developer. This is kind of like my, I would say like ethalon of like the games, like the quality we should like achieve, like in terms of like the world like alive, the amount of like interactions, like the storyline, something like that. Of course, plus other games, but it's kind of like the world there feels alive. I remember like the Zoe chapter asked me like why am I like love the Gothic. I was thinking like after that like perhaps, you know, maybe this sounds sad, but the Gothic this was like back then when I was like giga young. This was like almost the only way for me to have the communication with people in the world, and it felt so real. Maybe this is one of the reasons. I don't know. Yeah, looking back at what made you pursue this and seeing its remade must feel so good. Yes, indeed. And it's really double feels so good because I really like, I see the developers, they love the game, they did the best. Like you know, sometimes I see like the people, oh, the graphics could be better, oh, it could be better, but really not many games have like this amount of like quality like today, and the amount of the details. Again, as I said, like I saw you running, and there was like the downhill, and the main hero, he made like this slide, like even such tiny detail. And when you, yes, there are some problems with like not like what's going on here, but overall, so they put like extra particles on some places, Yes, I love what they made with the game. Why I am not able to press like, so I press the one. This is so weird. Why it's not working? This is giga weird. Yeah, apart from the minor inconveniences, the world building, the setting, the mechanics are all great. For a game that was made in 2001, a year before I was born. Yes, yes, and yes, for that time it was like huge. It was huge. And I still like when I see the games and like it's really hard to avoid like the comparison, like too many things there, and this is like again I was kind of like amused and in some way like the proud, because I don't know, maybe that actually that you have the desire, to play the game, so it's kind of like you have like the chance to see this thing. Like 2001 game is like really old, like frankly saying, like really like real retro, like already. And some people might be like, oh, it's so scary to play such old games, but this is like completely fresh new thing, you know. Maybe you will like, again, this is some sort of like the inspiration. I was inspired by the Gothic, maybe some people will be inspired by the vibe. I have to lurk. Have a great cooking session and bon appetit. Lurkers, yes, these creatures, they are in the Gothic as well. I'm too young missed the peak original Gothic in 2001. Yes, but you have like the opportunity to catch these things. As far as I remember, somehow in my head, the 2001, 2000, it was like the time of really great hits and I would say like the iconic games. No more like games of that quality and opportunities since then. So you kind of like, you also giga product of that time, 2001. Lurkers, crawlers, aware. Yes, by the way, how immediately. How you find like the lurkers? Are they also like the part of the arachnophobia? Oh, it's okay. I was surprised that they can attack in the water. They had no such an option in the original, but I think they supposed to do it. The developers, they just had not enough time. Like, crazy thing for the Gothic, there was like even the multiplayer, but so the original idea of like the authors, they planned to add like the multiplayer, like the arena, but they just had like no time, and there was like some sort of like the fun mod adding like, why this thing again here? So let's do in other ways. We'll put like the cube everywhere. So they actually added like the multiplayer mod, but it was so non-working like crazy. But it had like some sort of like connections, which is kind of like nice. Super weird. What if I set this thing minus 1? Wait, are lurkers the lizard looking ones? Kind of. There are the lizards. So the lurkers, they kind of like, they have like big legs. Lizards, they kind of like close to the ground. Scavengers are the bird looking rideable ones. Then there is a sharks in swamp orcs. Lurkers should be lizard, no? Ooh. I don't know why it stopped working. So there are lizards and there are lurkers. Lurkers, big legs, 3 fingers, something like that. So let me check the streams. So I have no idea why this thing works in this way. So for some reason I have lost my ability to add pawn movement. Maybe I should add like force. But yeah, maybe I'm getting confused, but yeah, only crawlers, the spider looking ones. So yes, I mean, I think you would notice if there was like something similar to the spiders. I think you would notice. So I guess The answer is no. I don't get it. I really don't get it. The odd thing is when I disabled like the collision, I stop. Get input from the character input. But here we are. If I enter the game editor, I am still able. Interesting. Let me I think I should add like the check game editor, so not apply this thing. Yes, now I have the collision back. But still, it's kind of like weird that this works. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue. Let's continue. So first thing first, let's disable this thing. So stack tag game editor. Type type game editor, please. Oh, basically ghost, like ghost, only for the ghost. Another way how to handle this stuff. So we can maybe we will not change like the gravity, but for example we take again the true or false new actor enable. If this thing enable, set collision response to channel. Why get set collision response to channel world static ignore new actor ignore. Next dynamic ignore, and visibility ignore. If true, we just like set this thing to be blocked. Okay, I'm somehow alive, and I guess I will not be able to get the damage. Why am I like, what's going on? We kind of like stuck here a little bit. Well, much better. Like by default it goes okay just as it is. And if we speed up ourselves, everything works as it is. So the issue was like, if I disable the collision completely, the collision of this desync hub, it's kind of like loses me, like it goes like end overlap and just like throw me like a rock. So instead of like making the collision ignore, I just switch this thing to overlap. This means I am kind of like still tracked by the collision of this desync hub, these like digitals, flying digitals. And yes, and I am still able to control like my regular speed and move and have like the speed up from pressing like the space bar. So this means everything is good. So let's stop track these values, stop watching. Character main, as for the character main, we don't need these collisions things. We don't need them. So we will do this trick with the collisions only if we are like the ghost. Nice. And the same thing we should do like with camera hit like the upper surface only if we are the ghost as well. Obstacle track. So instigator, if the instigator has this thing that he is the ghost, and just in case we need to have like the reset trace obstacles, so let's do the sequence. We can leave this thing on the timer as well. So okay, if we are like the ghost, yes, we run this thing, tracking the obstacles hit. So just in case if we are somehow like resurrected or something like that, we will track ourselves. Instigator, I guess. Yes, again, like actor has tag, ghost. We will not do any cast. If true, just keep pooping. If false, we do clear timer by function name. Track obstacles. Oh yes, I need to make sure when I spawn, like think about. Oh yes, I think I'm not going anywhere. So if this thing is like true, so again we go back to like tracking the collision. So I move this thing like overlap, not ignore, but overlap the obstacles I might encounter. And this works only if I am like the ghost. If I have like the tag of like the ghost. The same I go to like this effect tracker. I'm ghost. If yes, go there. If not, we stop this trace obstacle basically. No, we do not stop this thing. Or maybe what? No, if we are not the ghost, we stop this thing, and probably we destroy this thing. Will be destroyed. We should do the ones. Just in case, let's put this thing here. Just do once. We stop this timer. We set everything back, the post process back to normal. And we destroy this effect. And we will spawn this effect next time when we like become like the ghost. So what was that? So yes, this was like the ability. Now we fixed this thing somehow. Also, the obstacle track, so where this thing is growing from the camera manager. Yes. Camera manager, client, spawn object, camera tracker. So I spawned this thing on begin play, and I think I need to move it to somewhere like function dead, for example, set actor dead. Yet player controller. Oh yes, I will put this thing here. Line set camera death state. When if enabled, we spawn this stuff, and after that we also spawn. Oh no, obstacle track, camera manager. Okay, so I will move this thing from here to here for some reason, but this thing better to move to the camera manager actually. So like this all together, later it will go to that place. So get owner. Okay, owner. Self as instigator. We do the async as well in order to save like the memory. Obstacle trace, yes. Actor cast class. this is it. So this will be spawned automatically if we are not player, if we are like the ghost, and this thing will be automatically removed by itself if we are not the ghost, and we just need to check it, like the existing code. Check the existing code. So we are the ghost. Cool. And now we should have like this camera there. So let's go up. And nothing happens. Nothing happens. Let's find out why. Why? Maybe because it's not replicated. What's happening here? No, I just simply do not call this thing. Yes. But if I got like my health back to like 100, now I will trigger this. No. So as soon as I die, I spawn this stuff, and now this will work, but not work when I load the stuff. Ah. No, this is not correct place. I should call this thing from different place. Okay. I should put this blueprint into a different place, but anyway, now this works. Type. Is locally controlled. Is locally controlled. Okay. Get is locally controlled. Ah, yes. Get player controller. get component by class, camera manager, okay, leave it. Tracker. And remove this thing from here. I'm already confused in my code. Connect this stuff, and now this should work. Oh yes, here we are. Here we are. And I think this check we don't need. So this thing automatically will be called like from the character. This means we like 100% have the character. And here we will use this async call. So we have kind of like free memory. Okay, so let's go. We use the sync lot and we should have like this thing as active. Yes, works. And now let's do the last trick with the client. Like the big question, will this thing work? Work? Set actor network collision. What does this mean? Oh, this is something from different. Like this is from the multiplayer. This is like for the data. Oh yes, actually like really cool feature. So now let's do some visuals. Let's do some visuals. Bubble burst. Bubble burst. Color. Immersive delay. Not 60, but 15. Interface. Interface, actor interaction, interact options, breathe. Maybe you can tell me. So like if in English I want to like say it's like breathe something like that. Breathe or breathe he? How this thing is correct? What's the correct variant? Oh, the possible variants, just in case if you thinking about. So there are two variants. Breathe is like the verb, like the process. breathe, the noun, like just like the how can I say, like the phenomenon, like the phenomenon. So this should be like breathe. When I translated this thing, I was like, ah, wait a second. Wait a second. So promote a variable. C plant resource requirements. Resource requirements. Okay. Make resource requirements. Energy. Five. Let's do 5. Maybe let's do maybe something like 5. Yes. Maybe we will add the RAM, like for interaction with this thing. Maybe it's a kind of cool idea. Yes, and I need to have like the main resource requirements. Default resource requires energy 5. Get resource requires instigator. Required guys, statistics. Get player state. If not valid, go. If valid, check. Get resource requires valid. If true, we go there. Their state resource Reset, let's see. Reset. Reset. Not enough data. Not enough data. Okay, by the way, so let's fix the mouse cursor. Like cursor. Valid player controller. Yes, no. Check this stuff. If when this thing valid, apply con event. Bind the cursor. Bind the cursor. Type. This is really weird. This is really weird. Drag and drop. Drag widget. W had line of state. Okay. Owning player. Owning player. What about owning player if I do this thing? If I do it in this way, maybe this will work. Ow! Wow, that was sudden. So what you got here? Like almost 6 hours. we kind of like on the way to close this stream. Okay, so go back to the bounce, so show not enough errors, remove remove required resources. Do once, blah blah blah. Here, add experience. What else? Play state. No, get component by class. RAM. Server add RAM plus 1. What else? State camera visuals, client show camera visuals. Today, the Gothic remake, they released the patch 0.0.1 patch notes. So they that's like some sort of like the log picking, the distinguish like information. And they released like the patch note. Yes. Lockpick difficulty indicator, various localization and text fixes, technical. Workstation interactions, crashes DLSS, economic exploits. The main menu exit will now disabled until save properly saved. Cool. Audio improvements for some footsteps and attacks. Magnet and tech targeting issues fixed. Improved AI navigation. Oh, this is like guarantee this was like the pain and the biggest update. Fixed crossbow disappeared and various archery issues. Wall climbing improvements. Crash. Various memory improvements. Less hard references. Yes. Quest bug fixes. Markers completed. Fix Sebring bugs. Now correctly grants XP. Less routine to damage secure. Going to need to play correct animations. Start and tourist quest. Player from become fires match. Lootable. Quest. Very slow fixes. Going from join the troll fight. Fixing allows player to join. Which allows player to join old camp after join other camps. Interesting. Blackmailers, fixed activity, balance resistance to wind, less resistance, area attack distance, increased balance and updates for creatures. Beta, bloodfly, harpy, damage, added healing spell, sound effects, ducking, music transition, more ambient aspects. Oh, this is nice. Yes, pretty decent update. Like, again, I feel the developers, they are working really hard. This thing was like done in a week. Huge list, like. Usually this is like what I got. You know, approximate like amount, like this is like almost usual amount what I also do like during the week. So is this means that they have only one programmer? The question without answer, like we don't need this thing. Okay, visuals. Quest completed. Now let's make camera visuals. Bubbles burst. Kazar B, welcome back. Welcome back. So what's going on with the shaders? Yes, shaders compilations. Wow. Please don't not crash. I'm Le Home. Welcome back to Le Home. So how was your walk? How was your grocery? And we got like the crash. Beautiful Unreal Engine. I will recall this effect one more time in a moment. Walk? No. Drove with the roof down. Blow the cobwebs out. Cobwebs. Cobwebs. Well, this is something that has connection with the hair. Am I right? Cobwebs translation. Oh yes, the hairs. It's like 18 miles to the shop. 18 miles. Oh my god. Where are you like live? How is this possible? Like 18 miles. This is like for me it's like 28 kilometers, 29, like 30. It's a lot. Like it's for me it's hard to think about that in modern days we have like 30 kilometers like grocery store away from the home. Crazy. Yeah, I live in the middle of nowhere. Then it makes, and this one is again like shader compilation. So it's kind of like the curse of the day. So I guess we will have no aquarium for today. I guess no aquarium for today. Let's stop this thing. I don't want to have like extra shader compilations. I will redeem this thing next time. Use this one. Yeah. What is shader compile worker? Booms, shader compile worker. Booms, shader compile worker. Booms. Nice. So yes, now it makes sense. You would walk to this grocery shop for like the whole day. Maybe not the whole day, but minimum 4 hours. Minimum 4 hours. I remember I decided to, like, for fun, walk from my home to like my country house, like on foot, and it was like about 20 kilometers, and in your like miles to kilometer, it's about 12 miles. I went like on foot, and it's about like, yes, it took me about like 4 hours, something like that. but it was like long time ago. I really don't remember the exact hour, but it was decent walk. I went to my parents too, so yes, now this makes sense. This makes sense to have like the car ride. And what we got here so far? I have finished like this like new cool system, so we can like walk. Oh, what's going on? Why am I like stuck? Okay, I know what was that. So the cool system that we can walk through like the floor. So if we like as the ghost, we kind of like flying, and we have like the obstacle. We kind of like and we go through this thing. So no matter what, we should be able to get up, so we can go like faster, like and like that's it. So I think the only thing I need to like replace like the effect. Let's do this thing right now. Let's make the glitch effect. Glitch. I don't get it. Where's the new post process? Corrupt. New glitch post process. Okay. Okay. Obstacle. Obstacle track. Material. Obstacle, and I guess I need some sort of like activate, set as active. Oh, how can I? There is a kid outside, and has been repeatedly squealing cock-a-doodle-doo over and over and getting loud and high pitch every time, and I'm gonna scream back. I'm gonna scream back. I mean, it's unpleasant, of course, unpleasant, but try. Again, it's up to you, but we already discussed like the Stoics. These people, they are just like they are not there yet. We should control our emotions. Get materials, post-process materials. Break materials. Break make get. Oh my god. Make break this weight 1 0 saturation. Oh my god. Let's make this thing as the function, collapse to function, post process state pure plot state. The parents should control their kid. At some level, yes. At some level, yes. But you have no authority on other people. So yes, according to like, if we speak about like the philosophy of the Stoicism, you can do what's in your power. So you can speak with like parents or like with the kid, but only not from the point of like emotions, only from just like calm explanation. Again, it's up to you. I'm not just like telling how to deal with this stuff, but if you're curious, this is what the Stoics give advice. Like basically never act according to like the emotions. Of the emotions. Oh, I guess how this say correctly. Wait. 1 and 0. Oh, now we should have like the glitch effect instead of just like black and white desaturation. Nice. Looking pretty okay. Like we enter and we have like this glitch. And we go back. Cool. Ah yes, by the way, obstacle. Let's remove the debug information. No debug. This thing we don't need. Nice. So actually the task today is like code refactoring. And it's almost 6 o'clock. Almost 6 o'clock. So we really should stop in here. Remove this debug 7. Yes. Awesome, 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 awesome. Actually, I can wait for tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning I will be improving the VR. So like already big updates today. Tomorrow there will be even more. So this thing is actually kind of like buggy, I would say. So I need to increase like the collision for this. How about this? Yes, I love it. I love it. I love it. I think maybe one is like too slow, like too small. I don't know like why, but I feel in this way, so this should be smaller. Amount should be, I mean, like bigger. Oh. The amount of energy required on the jump path has been increased from 1 to 2. Discord roles. Yes. Oh yes, animation legacy assistant. The last animation. So let's just like grab some quick fixes. Legacy. Legacy assistant. Dialogue. I guess general, something like that. Yes. Simple close dialogue. Huh? Weird, super weird. Super weird. I need no. I will not be able to do this thing like really quickly. Well, prevent, but like, you know, allow and at the same time prevent speak with like the crab. So let's go to the human, close all the tabs, open like the human, and just copy the code. So if we are like the ghost, like ghost state, we will not be able to talk with the crab. So we will be seeing like the message, you are out of sync. Interaction check. So I need to wrap this function. Why this thing is so complicated? This layer can speak as ghost. So instigator in oh my god, pawn instigator so if the instigator aka pawn player is spectator, player can not speak as ghost. This player can speak as not ghost. So result CSS. What result? Ah. What? Weird. Return node. Super weird. No, I cannot. I need to remove this thing completely. Let me see. Maybe we should wrap up already. So I just checked where we can go. So Rodrigo, maybe you want to go somewhere, like you are the last one in the chat. I think we can call it for today. I think we can call it for today. So yes, so far I think like another one. So far I think the 6 hours is like too much for the people. Like maybe we should end like sooner the streams. Who knows? Who knows? So yes, what can I say? Like what was done for today? Jump out the new interactions, so we can actually like jump this thing still, but the impact will be like minimum. Removed like shimmy ability in order to avoid like the bugs during like the climbing process. Increased like the amount of like energy requirements from 1 to 2. Like I don't know, like I always like jump from back and forward. Oh yes, so this was like cool one. Like fixed the camera rotation, so we can if we go like this, left and right, yes, nice. But if we go like the first person, like if we start like if we press like right, we go to the left. If we press left, we go to the right. But from this perspective, this looking really logical. So I press like left, switch my camera angle, and I can go left and right. My direction automatically switches. This is like very cool. Very cool. Very cool. Camera transition during like the death. Another minor improvements. Yes, some code refactoring along the way. Palm trees, they do not glow by the default when we try to create them. And basically that's it. Yes, walk through the roofs. This kind of stuff. I started making like the bubble burst today, so this is like kind of like effect will be like when we touch like the underwater grass. We will spend like 5 energy, get 1 wipe, and plus 1 ram. I think this will be like kind of fair. Yes, so this is it. Again, like the plans the plan is still the same. Keep working on like the Steam page. Again, I was reading like the information, like prepare like the text, thinking about like what should I discuss, how should I this thing right. And yes, we'll be fixing more stuff. Also, the plan is add something to the crab. Maybe 1 or maybe 2 improvements for the environment. Next thing is kind of like, well, I need kind of add like another AI. This one will be called like Oyster Assistant. He will be help us to build like the infrastructure, like the outside infrastructure. So the Vibe Assistant is more like the inside. Legacy is more about like the social deduction, and the Oyster Assistant is more about the outside. Yes. So let's leave. Let's wrap up. Now, like it is, yes. Great. Еще увидимся. Of course, Rodrigo. Thank you for being with me like the stream. Really, really appreciate you. Yes, we will see really soon, like Sunday. We'll be playing I will be playing the boutique, the source of everything, and really, really curious to see what's going on. Like plus maybe it's technical ideas, insights, and this kind of stuff. It's gonna be amazing. I love it. And of course, I wish you the great weekend. You know, take the time, have a rest, do some walking. This is like helpful. This cleans the mind really well. Yes, and we will take a good rest and see on the next week, and we continue our grind. We will do something really cool, really cool. Okay, yes, the rate is almost there. Let me see.